All right, welcome. This is gonna be the first stream where I'm working on a new project. I know it's kind of like I was working on my backpack mod for Minecraft, but I had to make a bit of a choice because I'm still gonna see about working on the backpack mod, but obviously with the whole coronavirus and stuff going on right now, I couldn't like at the moment I don't really have a job because of that. And so, but I've been wanting to get into game development for the longest time. I've made a few side projects with game development and stuff, never really was able to finish them. I've also actually did a game jam this year and I just thoroughly enjoyed it and working with a small team. So I was thinking, what better chance, better opportunity right now than to make my own game. And this is gonna be like a full out like I'm gonna make my game and like I'm gonna see about publishing it and stuff like that. So, I guess a little bit of summary on what my game is going to be like. So, I've always loved Zelda games. And even like the 2D ones I really loved. Like I've played Link to the Past. Link to the Past was honestly one of my favorite. And then when they did Zelda Four Swords Adventures for the Wii, not the Wii, for the GameCube, where you had to use the Game Boy Advances as controllers. Um, that was amazing. I had a lot of fun playing with family, friends, and stuff like that. So, um, with Four Swords Adventures, I haven't seen too many other games like that. I mean, I guess there's a few that are sort of like that, but I've always loved that kind of playstyle. So, that's kind of the idea of what I'm gonna make here. I'm gonna make a, excuse me. I'm gonna make a Legend of Zelda Four Swords Adventure inspired. Um, I'm gonna start with local co-op. Um, I'm gonna start with local co-op and either just keep that and then just because I'm thinking about publishing this to Steam, but basically keep that. And basically with Steam you can do the remote play together with that, or um if I have the time and all, and if I can do it fairly well, which I'm a little hesitant about, is to do peer to peer. See about doing maybe like a peer to peer multiplayer um as well, but that's kind of I'm not sure. Um the one thing though that I'm just gonna have to figure out as we go along is a couple of ideas I've had for this are very much like co-op multiplayer oriented because I mean Legend of Zelda Four Swords was multiplayer oriented a bit. But they also had it to where you can do that single player and you'd have Link go in formations and stuff like that. That worked for that game when it came to single player. My game, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure how I'm gonna do that. So, um, I guess I'm just gonna have to find out. So today is not gonna be much. Mainly today is probably gonna be a lot of setup. Oh, that reminds me. I'm trying to keep a habit on taking frequent breaks. Um, I'm gonna start me a timer, and I'm trying to take like a 5 minute break every hour or something like that. So I'm gonna set a timer. I'm gonna set like a 45-minute timer right now, or 50-minute timer. Yeah, 45-minute. So then when this is up, I want to see about taking a break. There we go. All right. So, let's get into this. I'm gonna have to let that be. I've already made a sprite. New sprite. All right. I'm just gonna call this player. All right. I've got the input system attached. I'm working on the player controller. Visual Studio. So I got Visual Studio here. And for my if you've seen my streams before, I would do Visual Studio Code. That was for making the Minecraft mods. With Java. For Unity, I'd prefer using actual Visual Studio. This is Visual Studio Community Edition. Oh, Visual Studio 2019 Community Edition, but yeah. I'm going to actually let's try. Let's see here. I want to make sure those are set. So the external tools, file extension. Nope, I want. There we go. Visual Studio Community 20. Okay. Generate. Okay, so regenerate project files. I am not too sure how the packages thing here works. I'm just gonna leave it be. Um, okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So I should be able to, so here's our player controller. Okay, here we go. Opening it up in Visual Studio. Oop. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have my Team Explorer sit over here. Actually, you can go over here. Yes. Uh, Here's Solution Explorer. We don't need the notifications. Let's put Solution Explorer over there. I like my tabs this way, because honestly, it's kind of nicer seeing the list. Although I don't need the list being this big, so I'm wondering if I can. Can I? Maybe not. All right. And then there's one more Unity Project Explorer. This is a little easier to see compared to the Solution Explorer for Unity projects. So I'll put that over here. All right. This works because I can look at this and then I've got these. All right, cool. All right, player controller. So I already have, let me see if I can grab it. I've already got a decent 2D player controller. Which it's like not that big. I'll probably have to modify it a bit to what we have. but there we go. Input value. Use Unity Engine input system. Thank you. Does my old keybind? Oh wait. Nope. Great. I gotta learn keybinds here. I wonder if there's also a way. I'm gonna look that up to show screens. I literally just got back into listening to Tron Legacy. I'll quote what one of my friends mentions about Tron Legacy. He says it's basically Daft Punk's music video, which I guess I'd have to agree. Um, I mean, I love Daft Punk. I haven't listened to the Tron Legacy soundtrack in forever, so it's great. All right, let's take a look here. I don't really have much checked in as far as code to my GitHub repository, so anyway, back to what I was actually looking for. I need the, let's see here, Visual Studio screen share screenshot. What is it called? And I don't remember what it's called in code. Let me just open it. Code. Wait. Screencast. Okay, well that's maybe I need to not do that. Visual Studio 2019 key stroke display. Oh well, here's a, I just found a cheat sheet for all the different key combinations. The I really wish learn the shortcut. Shows how easy you can make the same action using a keyboard. Displays the nope. Yeah, I mean, Visual Studio is like the power horse when it comes to programming, but I wish they would add some of Visual Studio Code's functionality to it because Visual Studio Code has some nice stuff. Just really wish that they would have that working. Uh, I'm literally like almost thinking of going back to Visual Studio Code. I don't know. It's just I like it so much more. I guess I could. I technically could. Like, what do I need? Why do I need community? I guess. Um, I mean it's not all that great. All right. Well, let's see what I can do here. Let's switch. So okay. Um, I'm actually gonna go in here and I'm gonna delete these project files. There we go. And then let's go to external tools and go to Visual Studio Code. Okay. Actually expand this a little. Oh, regenerate project files. Extensions handled. Okay. I mean, it should work. So then if I do this, oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, see, I like this. There's not much here. It looks fine. C# extension. Yes, please. I'm gonna have to see about installing some extensions and stuff, so bear with me. Um, plus Unity stuff. That's the debugger. Is there just a blanket of tools that I can just install? Let me take a look. VS Code with Unity. There we go. Prerequisites. All right. Install the .NET Core SDK, which includes the runtime and the .NET command. Do I have the SDK? I think I do. I don't know. .NET Core SDK. Allow changes to the path. I might already have it installed. Um, install. Wait. Programs. Add or remove programs. Excuse me here. Let me actually go over here. Oh, yeah, I do have it. Okay. Oh, I probably installed it when I installed Visual Studio. The regular Visual Studio, so that's good. No. Extend. Oh. Unity version 2019.2 or above. It is required to use. Wait. Since 2019.2, it is required to use the Visual Studio Code Editor package. The built-in support for opening scripts from Unity and getting generated has been removed. I think it's mentioning about because in here you can do packages window package manager. Thank you. Um, code editor. I'm guessing this is what they need. Code editor integration for support. Okay, yeah. Add support for generating. Okay, for intelligence purposes, auto discovery of installations. Yep. Cool. That is awesome. With the solution file selected, you are now ready to start editing. The syntax highlighting. Okay. Okay. Oh, extensions. So debugger, the tools, the code snippets, and then regular snippets. Oh, code completion. I definitely want code completion for my stuff. And looks like our cool. Our Git stuff is already intact. Okay, so these are good to go. We don't have any animations at the moment, so I'm going to comment these out. That's our movement. Look direction. I'm gonna keep that because that could be useful. We don't need the animator at the moment. On move, that's gonna be important. All right. So, let's go back to Unity. Okay, it's going to load the scripts. Cool. Let's go to our scene here. All right, so our player controller has basic movement. Let's make sure it works, maybe. Nope, something is not working. You have a lot of breakage. There is no rigid body 2D attached to the player. Oh, yeah, I'm done. I actually need to make that a requirement. How do you do that? I gotta remember how to do that. Unity require component or component. There we go. Actually, this is perfect. I need that. So clear. Let's actually remove this and re-add it. Maybe it'll add the component. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. Use gravity? No. I think that's about it. Alright. Play. There's no rigid. I'm a dum-dum. Let me change that. So let's remove these. Not a rigid body, it's a rigid body 2D. We're doing it in 2D. So we have to use the rigid body 2D. So back over here, rigid body 2D. Gotcha. Back to the player, add component, new controller. There's our rigid body 2D. We also need to do constants. Freeze rotation. This should work. We have slight gravity, but we do have movement. All right. Thought I turned off. Oh wait, gravity scale. How much gravity affects the body? 0. There we go. So what are we complaining about? You're trying to read input using the Unity engine.input class, but you have switched active input handling to input in the player settings. Oh, that's right. Isn't there... There's a setting I have to do for the new input system. Project settings? Input manager, input. Oh wait, here we go. Create settings asset. Yep. That is much needed. This is where you can configure, but you have switched out. Okay, this is where the error is. Can we... It's still gonna give that error. But you have switched active input handling to input system package in player settings. Oh, it's in the player settings. Player? No. Build settings? Build settings, maybe. Wait, player settings, here we go. Oh, that is, okay, so I did go the right. Other settings. Rendering. Active input handling. Yeah. So that's what I wanted. This is the new one. What's the problem? Input manager. This is where you can configure the controls to use with the, but you have switched the input will not be used. Okay, can I? How to get rid of that message then? Because it's gonna just keep spamming my thing, isn't it? Invalid operations. You are trying to read input using the Unity engine input class, but you have switched active input handling to input in the system. Okay. Did I do something wrong in here? Input value. No, this is input system. Let's get rid of these. Don't need these. User settings. Nope. Let me get a look at that message again. You are trying to read input. Unity. You are trying to read input using the Unity engine.input class. Render pipeline debug render. Okay. Yep, here we go. Sadly, I don't have fix. Commenting out the part in the debug manager does not get rid of the error, but only locally, and will be overwritten when updating or resetting the package. But okay. What version are we? We're using the 2020 version. There should be. Um. Trying to see if there's a fix for this. Yeah. Unisim. Okay, scripting defined. Do not. Wait. Unity's internal scripting defined symbols do not get updated until the entire project is re-imported. This is because the system was designed for platform-dependent compilation. When the editor switches platforms, a re-import all is performed. You can fix the issue by right-clicking Import All in the project window, or by deleting the project's library folder. Wait a minute. In the project window, so re-import all. Okay, so this is probably going to take a bit. In the meantime, how's everyone doing? I know this is a little different of a stream. Kind of still doing some setup and stuff here, but the movement didn't take long to get in place. I already had some of the code for that, so hopefully we'll have a sprite and all, and eventually we'll have animations. In the meantime, what I'm probably going to be focusing on is, because our game is going to have co-op, so I want to make sure that the controller inputs work and that they will work for anything, whether it's a keyboard and mouse, or for controller. Although I'm not sure, I'll have to figure out. For tax, well, keyboard and mouse, obviously. Um, I think attacks for keyboard and mouse are probably just going to be mouse click. Um, and then I mean, controller is going to be fairly simple. Oh, re-importing everything. Let me. I'm waiting. I'm going to message message my sister. As far as um the uh the sprite designs and stuff. All right. The package cache was invalidated and rebuilt because the following mutable assets were unexpectedly altered. Okay. Clear. That let's play. See if we get that error. We are still getting that error. Yeah, I definitely don't want that error because it's gonna be a pain in the butt. Okay. Re-importing the core RP library package. Um, because apparently it has something to do with the rendering system, which is odd. There's something wrong with. Where is it? Core RP. Oh, I have an older version. Why do I have an older version? Oh, update, please. Which means I probably want to get my. Oh, actually, it looks like the. Okay, I need to make sure these things are up to date. Did my music just crash again? Okay. I've had issues with that for some reason. Like suddenly it'll just cut out. Um, yeah, that's right. I'm using the universal. Um, Universal RP. I need to update that too. I also want to check other things here. Like the okay, so the input system just has that one version. Do they have? I know they have Pro Builder. Nope. I don't know how deep you've looked into it, but I think that error is related to an asset using the older Unity input rather than the new input actions. Yeah, I think I found it. So the um the core, the render pipeline core was using an older it was an older version, and they fixed that issue in the newer version with the new to where it uses the new input actions instead. I'm updating that along with the universal render pipeline, which it's not happy. You know, I'm not really doing anything. I'm not really doing anything with the render pipeline yet. I might just take it out if it's going to cause these issues, but yeah, it occurred. Something's locked. Does not error adding package. Might just have to. Yeah. Let's remove that. Thanks, Civilian. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I was looking it up, and apparently that is what's causing the issues. Was the render pipeline. But honestly, I don't really need the render pipeline right now. Like that's the fancy stuff that I'll probably have to um but if I do any other stuff, no problem. I actually just started a project and hadn't used Unity since the new input system came out. I ran into the same thing. I've used the new input system a little bit. I actually got it working. It's kind of nice. It's really nice being able to swap back and forth. Um, between or just having the input system work in general, just being able to switch between keyboard and mouse and controller, and it actually just automatically plugging that in. um I'm gonna remove the core RP library here. Actually, wait a minute. The core RP library is a dependency of the universal render pipeline. So if I remove that and all, what happens if I'll just install this, and it should install the core library as well. Let's clear these. Okay, so it's installing. It should get its dependencies as well. Nope. Did it get the dependency too? Did not. So what is the problem? Resource busy or locked. Package cache. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. So let's go back to the scene. We should have stuff should be working now. Yep, and without having errors just clutter up in my log here. So this is great. All right. So let's make sure we have the. Looks like the input system. Oh wait, no, the input system isn't finished. Um, player. Let's implement. Okay, so we have move. Time. Yeah. We need our controller, which is right here. Whoops. Back. Okay, so and then we want no function. Okay, cool. All right. On move, because this is here's the method that I want to use. Maybe I need. Oops. It should have been able to find it. Whoops. Player input. Events. Player. Maybe I need to switch this to C# events. No, just notice my music just switched to Pacific Rim. Okay. Good change of pace. Invoke C# methods. The Unity stuff should work. Just am I doing it wrong? Because the function should be listed here. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. It needed to be the player, didn't it? But it's not listed here still. I had this working before. Player input, no. Player controller. Oh, wait a minute. You double check things here. No, you're public. You're a mono behavior. And this is public. Oop. Okay, well, that is my cue to take a short break. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and I will be right back. So see y'all in a little bit. Alright, and we are back. So, let us figure this out. Because this should be... Excuse me. Actually, let me look at the... I'm gonna look at the Unity documentation and find out... Because... find out how this the input system is supposed to work, because... Input system, input system... Okay. So player input. I know there's the send messages. I mean, I guess I could stick with that method, but I used to have where you just, like, you would actually, like, specify the move message. Or the actual function. Oh wait, invoke Unity events. Wait, here we go. Send message. Then there was the C sharp. But that the events are plain available. You cannot configure these from the inspector. Instead, you have to register callbacks for the events in your scripts. So I think they slightly changed it. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Alright, so according to this, so the invoke unit events, but it has the game object. Uses a separate Unity event for each individual type of message. When this is selected, the events available on the player input are accessible from the events foldout. Unity event actions. Each action, wait. Each action has to be routed to a target method, which our onMove is our target method. So here's our actions, and those are all set. UI input module, that's probably for just UI changing like buttons on the UI to whatever controller or whatever you're using that's in place. We will have to get to that. Haven't gotten to the UI yet. New behavior script dot send message. Oh, here we go. Let's send message, and then this has, so that does hello, but we want on move. Well, wait a minute. I was just using it. This was set to send messages. Look at the player input. Move. Maybe it was working. I didn't have to configure it. Alright, let's just do that, I guess. Because it was working. Oh, now it's not working. Failed to call function on move of class controller. Function has with no parameters, but the function requires one. Wait, wait. On move. Did they change something? I didn't think they changed anything, but maybe they did. On move, but Unity actions. Um, Send message Unity actions. On move. So this was working actually, because one of the methods is on move. I guess I could just keep it at this and just let it go. Yeah, because it was working. It was actually working at this point. Send messages. If I just leave it this, then yeah. Yeah, because it's working. Um, Controller. Let's try a PlayStation controller. PlayStation controller, please. Actually, let's. Can we see? General. No, not console. Service test runner. Input debugger. DualShock 4 gamepad. Okay, we have it. All right. So whoa. I don't know what happened there, but that was weird. Well, it's working quite well. This is great. The directionals don't work, but the joy do. Keyboard works too. Alright. I can freely switch back and forth between the two. The fun part is going to be getting multiplayer, our local multiplayer working, so this is the fun part. So what I need to do is our player here. I'll create a folder. Not presets, prefabs. Take our player, stick it in there. I missed. Alright, there we go. Player. There's our player. All right. Interesting. Um, back. So I think I remember. I think what I need to do is um make a new object, empty object. You set it to 0, 0, 0. Game object. So this is our score GM game manager. This is our manager. Put that at the top. We don't need the player. Our game manager is going to have input, player input manager on it. So our player prefab goes here. Excuse me. Limit number of players. I'm gonna do 4. Enable split screen. This will not be split screen. This is shared screen. Okay. Joining enabled by default. Join players when button is pressed. Okay. I like that. I think this should work. We'll go with that. And go. So there's player 1. Kind of weird that it just puts it right in like that. Okay, can we get a player 2, please? Oh, okay. I had to actually hit a directional button. There we go. Look at that. We have... Oh, there's no collider. I'll have to do like 2D colliders or something like that. Yeah. Look at that. The movement is quite smooth too. This will be great. Cool. Does the controller seems like it's moving slower? Hold on. I want to do a test. No, it's the same speed. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Cool, cool. Um, so what happens if I let's disconnect that. Disconnect the controller. Play. Can I just jump in? Okay, so here's player 1. Although we might have like a joining like jump joining screen or something like that. All right, so then let's plug in the controller. Go. Okay. Hit a button. Oh, okay, we can jump right in. This is awesome. Now this says, it says on the right here, it says screen number 1. But we're supposed to be sharing the same screen, so I guess it's fine. Cool. I have an Xbox controller somewhere. Maybe I'll try with that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Give me 1 second. And actually have one. Alright, so I don't have one back here. It's probably downstairs. So what I'll do is on my next break I will go down and get it, which, speaking of break, I completely forgot to set a timer for myself. Because if I don't set a timer, I completely miss my break. Um yeah. Here, I'll set that soon. Alright, so this is awesome. This works. What else? What else do we need to look at? We don't have the assets yet, so we can't really work on animations or stuff like that. Um, hmm. Yeah, so the input system works. Our player is working. I don't think. So we need to get, I guess we need to get some of the combat stuff working. Let's, yeah. Getting, we have the combat. We have the movement. The movement's working fairly well. Um, oh wait, I just remembered something I mentioned. Collider. Let's get the 2D collider. Oh gosh, the open prefab. Ooh, that looks awesome. Sprite render, player input, rigid body, and controller. I'm gonna reorganize some stuff here. All right. That's all good. Let's do a collider. A box collider will work, even though this is a circle. But I'm thinking when we actually have a sprite. Um, Oop, I don't need to resize that. Um, Actually, that looks pretty good right there. I'm gonna go with that. The collider up here is trigger. Okay, cool. Awesome. So let me, okay, player one. Here's player two. All right. Now we don't want. I don't think we want. We don't want being able to push people, push others around. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a little, because maybe if you're like stuck. Yeah. So I think that is mainly governed by offset size. Nope, 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 nope. So I think that's governed by mass. Auto mass. Whether to calculate the mass from the collider's density and area. Let's increase the mass. Actually, I can probably do this well. Okay. That's good. I can probably do this well. Ooh, didn't mean to click that. Click this. Sorry. I guess I can probably play around with the mask while I'm doing this. So, I mean, that's not bad. Of course, um, yeah, if you're pushing back like this, I guess that's not bad. Okay, where one? Let's increase your mass to 3. That's slower. I think that's a notable. Okay, let's do extremes. Oh yeah, look at that. Like pushing a rock or giant boulder. That's great. That's amazing. Now, that's true. Just like the Zelda games, I want to have it to where we can push like push boulders or stuff like that, or because I mean, if you look closely at Four Swords Adventure, literally a lot of it, like pushing boulders and all, or I mean, it's visual trickery a little bit, um, because I know like in the first level of Four Swords Adventure, you have to push a boulder um into a stream to be able to cross the stream. Um, so from what I'm guessing with how that works is there's a collider on it, yes, but I think when Link pushes the boulder so far it gets to the spot where it can go into the stream, there's like a little animation and stuff, and it changes the state of. Actually, yeah, it completely like disables the collider on it. It changes the sprite to being like I think it's like a cracked boulder or something like that, and it has it to where you can't push it anymore, and then you just walk across. So we did it. Yeah, we did it. Civilian. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's Savalion. I'm guessing Savalion. Um, which speaking of which, Savalion, you said you're starting a project. What's your stuff on? I'm just curious. Um, I actually adjust the masks. So if I do 5, 5 seem good. 5 doesn't seem too bad. 5 seems great. Maybe, well, maybe too much. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So 3. Okay, cool. Um, that's collision. Actually, since I was just mentioning about the boulder and colliders, I might actually like work on that a little bit. Because that seems very simple to do right now. So here. I'm doing a little 3D game in Unity that is sort of tower defense or town building game. Okay, yeah. Um, I know tower defense is when it comes to 3D games, tower defense is actually a pretty good place to. It's not that hard to do. Um, for an indie project. Um, that sounds cool. I haven't really been into tower. I need to actually play some tower defense games. I haven't really played any. I get the concept, but I guess tower defense games is kind of one of those just a little bit of strategy, but once you get everything set up, eh, it's basically just management at that point. Um, but anyway, so I mentioned about a boulder. Let's make a boulder. So I'm going to do 2D object sprite. Let's center that. Sprite render. Something. What is this? This is like a background. It's like it's gray. This is perfect. I don't know how big it is though, but we can always adjust it. Rename this to. Can I spell? Here's the next question. Can I spell? Boulder. I cannot spell it. Why can I not? Or did I spell it right? Boulder? Large rock. Okay, so I did spell it right. Okay. I don't know, just something like this. For some reason, my mind is saying like, no, that's wrong. But no, that is correct. Okay. Yeah, Boulder. Just one of those fun things. What does this look? Actually, I'm gonna. Oh, can I offset that? Small. Actually, not very big. That's too far. Do two maybe. There. And I'm gonna scale that. Yeah, that looks good. So our boulder needs to have a rigid body, a 2D rigid body 2D, and we need a. It is a weird looking word. Yeah. It's one of those weird like the U is silent kind of words, and it's like it's just there to hang out. Collider. Box Collider 2D. That looks good. The Box Collider 2D looks good. The gravity we want 0. The mass can do 10. See how that looks. The big boulder. Right. Say this is prefab. Now, well, we'll play around with this. I want to put a couple boulders. Oops. Grab the prefab. Boulder. Actually, what am I doing? Drag it out here so I can position it. There we go. Play. Alright. I'm using the controller now. Whoa! There's momentum. What? Massive 10. Collision detection discrete. The physics material used by all attached colliders overrides. Okay. Constraints. We don't want it to rotate. Forgot to set that. I'm wondering if that's part of what might be happening. I'll play Pong. Angular drag. Wait. Angular drag. No damn. So, is it the drag? I think it's the drag weight simulate. I think it's what happens if I set the drags to oops apply all. If I set the drags to 1, okay. Let me documentation. Can I see documentation on this? Rigid body. Three types of body type. Each defines a common and fixed behavior. Any collider 2D attached to a rigid body 2D inherits the body type. Okay, 3 options. Dynamic, kinetic, and static. The option you choose defines movement, position, rotation, behavior, and collider interaction. Note that although rigid body 2Ds are often described as colliding with each other, it is the collider, yeah, attached to each of those bodies which collide. Cannot collide with each other without colliders. Gotcha. Changing the body type of a rigid body can be a tricky process. What do the different body types do? Dynamic is designed to move under simulation. It has the full set of properties available to it, such as finite mass and drag, and is affected by gravity and forces. So, dynamic will collide with each other, but with every other body type. Okay, and is the most interactive of body types. Maybe that's not what we need. What's the other body type? Kinetic. Designed to move under simulation, but only under very explicit user control. While dynamic is affected by gravity and forces, kinetic isn't. Wait. What if let's find out. What if I change our let's modify the prefab. So our boulder prefab, change it to kinetic. So changing this to kinetic. Okay, so it won't move at all. But we want it to move. Because we should be able to move a boulder. Kinetic. Kinetic rigid body 2D does still move by its velocity, but the velocity is not affected by forces or gravity. A kinetic rigid body 2D does not collide with other kinetic rigid body 2Ds or with static. It only collides with dynamic. Okay, which is what we similar to okay. So technically we're not really needing forces for our player, so technically our player could be kinetic, right? I keep saying kinetic. It's kinematic. Sorry, kinematic. But close enough. This means, according to the description here, I won't collide. Nope. Okay. Kinematic. So the boulders might have to be dynamic, maybe. Static is designed not to move under simulation at all. If anything collides with it, a static rigid body behaves like an immovable object, as though it has infinite mass. So static is mainly for walls and stuff that you're not planning on moving. So simulated. So here's use the simulated property to stop and start a 2D rigid body and any attached collider and joint colliders from interacting with the 2D physics simulation. So when it's checked, it moves by the simulation, gravity and physics forces are applied. So, we want the boulders to be dynamic. According to this, we want the boulders to be dynamic. But we want to make it to where it's not it's not moving on its own. Like I need like serious drag on it. Oh, what is this? Use full kinematic contacts. Enable this setting if you want the kinematic rigid body 2D to collide with all rigid body 2D body type. Mm. All right. So wait, since I changed the player um rigid body, how does it interact? Oh, okay. But we want to be able to interact. We want to be able to interact. So, maybe I made the wrong choice. Maybe we do want our players to be dynamic. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Because we want them to be pushing on each other, pushing on other objects. We want monsters to hit them hard enough to make them bounce back. Um, the thing is with the boulders, I think it's the drag. Unless there's something else. I'm gonna read here a little bit. Sleep mode. Define how the game object sleeps to save processor time when it is at rest. The moment it stay awake. Collision detection. Oh, interpolate. Define how the game object's movement is interpolated between physical updates. Useful when motion tends to be jerky. No movement smoothing, which at the moment, yeah. Movement is smooth. Okay, so this is smooth based on the game's position in previous frames. We don't need that. Is there any? There's nothing on the drag or the. Oh, wait, here we go. Drag coefficient affecting positional movement. Oh, angular coefficient affecting rotational movement. So the angular one, we don't care because we have rotation frozen. Drag coefficient. So this we could have really high, couldn't we? Okay. Oh, I forgot to set my timer, but I'm keeping it out. Okay, well, let me do a 5-minute timer since in about 5 minutes I'll probably be taking a break. All right. Let's see here. So I increased the drag. That's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. Of course, this will probably be dependent on what, like maybe the size. It'll definitely depend on the size of um the boulder. Of course, hold on, in Legend of Zelda, you could only push them one way. Or they couldn't move diagonally. I'm gonna freeze the position on the X. Then we should be able to only push it on the Y. Yeah, so that does work. But this works pretty well. So depending, this will kind of, I'll probably make two prefabs for this. One where one goes one way and one goes the other way or something. Yeah, this works pretty well. Boulder's still too small. Let's give it a 5. That's more like it. But yeah, it's gonna depend on the size of the boulder. Will determine on how many players are needed to push it, just like in the Zelda games. I'd say something like this is like a 2-person. So I'll probably have to do a collider. Um, another collider that's gonna be like a trigger that will basically um if at least two players are in the trigger and both are pushing. Is boulder is still seems too heavy. Increasing mass by to 20 and linear drag to 20. Um, not bad. I might have to do some like maybe like a custom script or something for these boulders and literally just have it to where um have a size, and depending on the size we'll do calculations for stuff like that. Still doesn't seem. What if we do 40? Mass of 40, linear drag of 40. Oop. Oh, there's my timer. Oop. This seems. Whoa. Yeah, this seems pretty good for two people pushing a boulder. Because right now I'm just doing it with one. Alright. Well, that I'm going to, on that note, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. So I will see you guys in a bit. Alright, we are back. So I did run down stairs and got one of our Xbox One controllers. There's no batteries in it though. I think it'll still work if it's plugged in, maybe? I don't know. Find out. Nope, it vibrated, so I guess that's a yes. Let me actually look at the input. Debug. 3 devices. Keyboard, mouse, and X input controller windows. Oh. Oh, it worked. That's cool. So wait, does it push faster if I have two? Oh, it does. Just a little. Not bad. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, look at that. Actually goes faster when you have two. That's super sweet. um, all right. So Xbox controller works. We have a PlayStation controller. If I could find another wire somewhere. Then I could probably see about plugging my PlayStation controller in, and then, or along with and we'd have a third person basically. I wish they had a way to simulate. Eh. I'll have to see if I can, like, next break, I'll see if I can find that, which reminds me, timer. 55-minute timer. There you go. Alright. So we have boulders. I actually didn't plan to do the boulder, but I mean that works. Let's make our boulder variant. So we have up and down, where you can only move it up and down, and then we're gonna have side to side. Um so I'm gonna get rid of our current boulders. That so other our boulder here, I'm gonna rename this to boulder Y. Yep, rename. I'm going to copy this. Copy, paste, or not. Oh wait, no. I need to drag it out here. X. Change that. Prefab. As a prefab variant. Technically it is. Let me actually change that. Delete that. Let's play around with variants. So, yep. Change you back to boulder. Let's take that off. Put you out here. Name you Y. and that one. Prefab variant. So then it shouldn't have, yeah. I'm gonna rename this actually. Rename. Let's do Boulder. Here. Name this Boulder X. That. Save. Prefab variant. Cool. Delete that. And let's rename. Goes to Boulder. Yep, that's exactly right. Go down to Boulder. So then if we want to edit anything overall, we edit the Boulder, but we probably won't have to touch these guys anymore. So yeah, that's much better. So let's stick a few in here. And then we'll do we'll do like different variants as far as like big and small and stuff like that. Alright, let's try it. Controller here. Okay, so this is a sideways one. That's a sideways one. Okay. Yep. Cool. Um, eventually I'll have to see about adding grids, the grid system. We're actually gonna be doing tiles. Let me actually get that in here. 2D tile map. Okay, there's our grid. So with this grid, I actually need to size these guys to where they actually will match that a little bit better. Tile map. Okay. Let's get rid of that stuff. Our grid is fine. Boulder. I'm gonna drag a boulder out here. So you need to be a bit bigger. Maybe 10? Nope. Maybe 8. 8. Wait, yeah, that's right. It's an yep. Although this is a bigger boulder, so technically it should be 16 by 16. Yeah. Uh, maybe. am I listening to now? Man of Steel. Eh. Hmm, that's not bad. Oops. There we go. Um, 15? 15 looks like it fits. Although, um, looking at the texture, because, yeah. Um, maybe we can change. I'm gonna change the sprite. Do we have something that's. Maybe I should make my own, honestly. Because there's too much padding. Huh. Um, yeah, let's make. I'm gonna take a second and make a few sprites. Um, using GIMP and all. It's just gonna be squares. Um, and then we'll replace them later. So, new. I want this to be a 64 by 64. Okay, that works. Um, for boulders, I want to do a gray. Well, actually, I'll do white. White for just normal objects. Filler, fill. Thank you. Export. Export as a PNG. We're gonna call this Boulder. I spelled it right this time. Um, I'm just gonna save it to my desktop. Export. Okay. Let me grab that. Ah, this song is distracting. This one's not. This one's great. Okay, cool. Folder. Let's just do sprites. Okay. Pixels per unit. 100. This is gonna be 64. All right. Folder. Right. boulder. That is massive. So give me a second. Oops. One. Because our sprites are going to be 64, but um, this boulder is most likely going to be if it's a two-person, it's most likely going to be 4 sprites. Now, I wonder how can you do. Am I gonna have to make this into different? Let me look here. Unity 2D object with multiple sprites. Yes, you need a single game object for each sprite, but you'll only have as many game objects as you have layers. Okay, so that's probably how it's gonna have to go. So here's what we're gonna do. Wow, that's zoomed out. Okay, wait. Oh. I guess now would be a good time to actually make my different variants. Excuse me. Um, I'm gonna rename this to 2P boulder. I'm gonna rename this to 2P boulder. So basically 2P is 2-player. Alright. Um Variants. Can we still use variants for the different sizes? Well, I'm trying to think here because we want to be able to have the boulder conform to the grid still. Else, tile map render. Eh. Oh, what am I? Eh. Okay. Um, I mean the sprite. Let me look here. Unity 2D snap sprite to grid. How to make object snap to grid when in 2D mode. Not exactly what I was looking for, but... Ooh, grid snapping. Wait, why can't I... Available when you set tool handle rotation to global. Okay, gotcha. Local, global. Toggle grid snapping on and off. Available when you set tool handle rotation to global. Doing it? Oh wait. Toggle tool handle rotation. Global. Oh, it's only if... Okay, gotcha. Nope, nope. Delete. Maybe this is not what I'm looking for. I'm guessing grid snap. Okay, well, let's actually fix our... This is a two-player boulder. Actually, I should actually make the... Well, would we ever want a one-player boulder? Yeah, we would. Boulder. Okay. Open this prefab. Change this sprite to our boulder sprite. Wow, that's blinding. We don't need this. Oops. We don't need that scale. There we go. Position 0, 0. There we go. All right. So then our variants should work as well. Yeah, boulder. All right. So then, in a sense, this is our our one player boulder. Oh, well, the grid snapping does work. That's kind of cool. All right. Jeez. Cord getting actually. Cord. Give me a second. Cord's kind of getting in the way here. All right. Actually, we need to get it. Let's get our player sprite. Oh. Sorry, it looks like our artist has been working on some sketches as far as the main character, which it's not too bad. All right, so I need to make more sprites. So we're gonna do anything for the player character or player characters. We'll do, although we're gonna want different looking sprites for each player probably. So I'm going to figure that one out too, but I'll make 4 sprites for 4 players. um so what I'll do is I'm probably gonna do blue, green, red, and purple for our, just like basically just like the links and Zelda, because the colors are just good. And then the enemies will be I think I might make the enemies either yellow or something else. I don't know. Um okay, well there's a blue. I'm gonna export as, let me find our project folder. Me Unity, here we go. Assets, sprites. Player. We'll stick to, just for the sake, I'll stick to Zelda. So I think I remember correctly, player 1 was green, obviously. Player 2 was red. 3 was blue, and 4 was purple, I think. So this is 3. Export. Alright. Green. Export as player 1. Alright, let's get our red. Or as player 2. And then our pink / purple. Probably just pink. Export as player 4. Okay, there we go. There's our player sprites. Alright. Ooh. So let's get our, that means we got, although I know we have the player prefab here, so how can we do separate sprites depending on what player it is? That's probably gonna have to be a script thing. For now, I'm just gonna use, I think for now I'm just gonna use the player 1. Prefab. Right here. Player 1. Gosh, it's blue. Okay. Alright, so our boulder, we have a regular boulder. Now I want to do, I'm gonna name this to 2-player boulder. All right, let's see if I can do a variant. Actually, I don't think I can do a variant. Actually, probably be better. Yeah, it'd probably be best not to do a variant. So what I'm gonna do, rename that, put it in the prefabs. This is gonna be an original prefab. Go into this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do an empty. Scale 111. Okay. Sounds like Batman music. That is Dark Knight Rises. Okay. Um. Yeah, they are gonna be separate. They will be separate. Because we're gonna have, it's gonna be a 2x2 boulder, so 2x2 tiles. So we will have to. Um. Do we have to? Because if it's going to be, it's going to be a sprite. So we're making it a sprite. Then technically we could just use one texture. or once, yeah. Um, let's I guess we can do that. Now, trying to think how I want to do this. Let's I'm gonna change it to one. Okay. So what I'm gonna do a new here. It's gonna be twice the size, so 128 by 128. Okay. This is gonna be white. Export as Boulder, but it's gonna be um 2-layer Boulder. Export. All right. Let's. I need to Boulder. All right. So you are going to have the 2-player Boulder. Wait. It doesn't look much bigger. Oh, because I didn't set this. There we go. All right, it still snaps to grid, so that's awesome. Um, so that's a prefab. Oh, wait. Over. There we go. Um, so then we're good on that. I need to modify this. So here's our Y. Change the name of this to, and then prefab or variant. It's a variant. This is our X, two-player boulder X. There we go. That in here, that's a prefab, or that's a variant. Delete it from here. Alright. Our player. So our player should look fine. No, he's smaller. Oh, because I didn't set the textures. So 64. Do that for all these. 64. Then technically, yep, our player is right side. Delete that. Alright, let's put some boulders out here. So fix the name on this. Let's put you over here. Round these out a bit. Or not? Huh. The snapping. Can I adjust the snapping? Wait a minute. Good snapping. Okay, you can snap a game object to a projected. Okay. Okay. Align selection to grid. Increment snap world grid. I would like it to be 1. These. Much better. That's awesome. All right. This looks a bit better. This is actually good size. Up and there's our player. So, oh, I didn't fix the colliders. Okay, I need to adjust the colliders. Whoops. Halo Reach music. In my opinion, basically one of the best Halo games. And Bungie's probably final masterpiece. I don't know. Um, I need to fix the colliders. Size 1, maybe? So if I go to the boulder, size 1, 1. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, cool. What about our 2-player boulder? So if I go to a 2-player boulder, now 1, 1 probably won't work, I don't think. Nope, because it's too small. We need to do a 2. There we go. Alright, so now it should work. Controller? Still a little odd. Did the colliders not get applied? Overrides. Nope. I mean, I see the collider here. Size of the box, yeah. Are we missing something? Right render. No. Oh, our player collider. I completely forgot about that. Player. Yep. Size needs to be 1 and 1. This more. Nope, it's still same. Leave that open. Alright, now it should work because I adjusted the player collider. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That looks great. Now I need to adjust some of these. Like the 1-player ones um shouldn't be this difficult to push. Eventually I'll have it to where the 2-player ones um I want to completely deny the player being able to push it. I might need to increase the speed of the player. But it seems a little slow. Yeah. Alright, so a few adjustments. Our speed. Speed's already set to 20. Do I need to, let me see if I can adjust my script. How do I have my script? So there's our speed. By movement. I'll just, okay. So it needs to be a little faster. Let's try 30. Okay. And then we need to go to our regular boulder. And adjust the mass and linear drag. I'll put this down to 30. auto mass. Whether to calculate the mass from the collider's density and area. You cannot be displayed for prefab or if the object is not active. The value will be calculated for a prefab instance and when the object is active. That might be interesting. You know, I'm going to try that. I'm going to try the auto mass. I mean, these are technically bigger. Use auto mass, linear drag of 30. Okay. And then let's go to our big guy. Big boulder. So, auto mass. I'm going. Wait. That's the 4? What did it set? Hold on. What did it set this one to? I didn't see that. 1. I mean, I'll try it. Let me see if it makes any difference. I want this to be 50. This is supposed to be a heavy boulder. Okay. Try it. Okay, the speed is pretty good on the player. This is much better. That's way too fast. That's way too fast for boulder. This is almost perfect for the smaller ones. So the auto mass now. Yeah, so no auto mass. I want it to be the same as linear drag. These are straight up boulders. These things take work to push. 2-player boulder. So I'm sorry. Okay, that's working really. Yeah, that's about right for a 2-person boulder. Why is the smaller one? Oh, this is still set. River all. Thank you. Try this again. That's not bad. Maybe a little bit less. So what I might do is 25. Play 25. All right, so single person boulder, not bad. Two person boulder, a lot heavier. The two person boulder though is going to need uh we'll have a trigger. I think what I'm gonna have it I think the easiest thing would be um uh on trigger. I want to have it to where when in the collider it needs to check for two players. If there are two players in there, the boulder can be pushed. If not, I want to just completely freeze the boulder. Um, which I guess I can play around with that right now. What is this music? Matrix. And no. Ooh, Halo 3. Yes. Alright, I think the next thing I'm gonna work on. Did my timer go off? Oh, well, it's got 30 seconds left, so I'm just gonna pause it. So, on that note, this is a good place to take a break. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and then I'll be back. And then we'll do I'll do my last run through, and that'll be it for the stream today. I'm ending my stream at 5. Um, so, those who are, I guess since I've got like a minute left here, those who are new, um, I stream my coding on Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 1 to 5. And then on Tuesday and Thursday, I don't stream, but I still do my coding. That way I can like get some stuff done that just needs to be done and it's not too boring. Or basically the boring stuff and all sort of in those times, and then have something to show you guys the next day. But I will be streaming Tuesday and Thursday in the evening starting at 8. This is all Eastern Standard Time, by the way. Starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and going until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for streaming a gameplay. I'll basically be playing. Right now I've been doing Monster Hunter World, but I've been thinking of doing Minecraft sometime soon because me and me and my wife and my sister and a bunch of our friends play on a Minecraft server, a modded Minecraft server, so it's pretty heavily modded, but it's a lot of fun. Um, and then I mean other games. I've got other games I can do. I'm a big fan of Warframe. So I might do some Warframe streaming. Um, who knows? Anyway, I'm gonna take my quick 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. So, see you in a bit. All right, we are back. So, I think I'm gonna see about working on possibly like setting the different sprites depending on what player it is. So, let's see here. Unity input manager. Oops. Manager change player. I have a feeling I'll probably have to do some kind of script. Wait. Change sprite image from script. Hmm. Let's see here. It's gonna be part of the input system, that's for sure. Or at least for now it will be. Um, where is actually it's so right here, their input manager. Notification behavior. So we have we'll send message to game object. On player joined, on player left. Input manager player joined event. So in that case, I'm going to add a script. I'm going to add a new script here. New script. We're going to call this game manager. Wait, not game manager. Which you need to go under scripts. Alright, so let's go back over to here. Scripts. Game manager. Alright. I don't think we need any of these at the moment. I'm gonna get rid of that. What we do need is the public void on player join or on player joined. Okay. I just noticed I would normally have colored brackets on here. Is that not working, or does it need a refresh? Okay. Oh. Because according to this over here, on player joined. We just need to set the sprite when they join. I don't think we really need to worry about anything when they leave, though. On player joined. So, although we need input. On player joined. So wait, put player at spawn point. Okay. Is there some way I can grab input value? Maybe? So input. On player joined. This should be called directly from a UI callback. Device that the player joins with is taken from the device. Who was hold on, this up. Unity input system on player joined get prefab. What's player input? I see. So I think it's this. Oops. We can't automatically input, or and for the peak. Format document and rename symbol. Can I? The type or namespace could not be found. Look, because that's, yeah, this is how it's done. Let's get, and didn't really play too many of the Mass Effect games. Yeah, that works. Player, well, there's player input. What I'm looking for is, wait, no, that is player. That is 101. Wait, on player joined. Oh, wait. Would I want to do this on, maybe I want to do this on the actual player script, player controller instead. Let me look. No, there's on player joined. Well, no, I don't know. So I would want to know what player it is. Sync user with its own set of devices and actions to orchestrate player management and facilitate mechanics such as joining by device activity. Use player input manager. Yeah. Player notification. Um, so maybe this is, it can't be input value. How would that work? Input user. On get player number. Check it. Okay, wait. Fix this frame. Find all connected gamepads. Hmm. What I want to do is when the player joins, I want to check to see which player it is, if it's player 1, 2, 3, or 4. Well, I don't know how we know though. Debug no players. So player number 0. Is there any? Okay, fine. Is there any details on? It's just this player clone. Input. Default. User 0. We can access the user. Okay. So then I should do. Alright. So this might be in the player script. Player controller. On update move on awake. So on awake, I'd like to get private player input player input underscore player input, and then down here underscore player input dot equals get component player input. All right. kind of want to store this. This might be nice to store. I'm gonna put it here. So I'm gonna copy this. To change this. User ID and there. Now what am I listening to? John Wick. I haven't listened to John Wick stuff in a bit. User ID equals. Oh, so you convert type U int. Okay. Okay. So then what I'd like to do is I'm gonna do a method here. Down here. Actually no. Let's just put it right here. Actually public void set sprite. Okay, and this is going to take the U int. And then I'm going to do a switch statement in here. So then now I need to figure out. Actually, I don't need to pass anything in. I can just grab it from here now. There we go. That's sprite. In fact, I'm gonna set this to 0 by default. There we go. So I need to figure out Unity set sprite from code. Change a sprite from a script. Yes, please. Change sprite. Sprite render equals new sprite. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Because, yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, I could do a sprite array. Or I could have the game manager hold the sprites, and then I get it from the game manager. So let's set this up. What am I listening to now? Gonna steal. I'm good. Ooh, what is this? Kind of appropriate for what's going on right now, but this seems interesting. Hmm. Oops. Damn it. Chrome is being stupid right now. You know what? Whatever. There we go. Public void start. So what I want to do, I need to make an instance of this thing. Public game manager instance. Get set. Do we want to do get set? Actually, let's just do equals now. Okay. And then what we're gonna do, if instance equals null. This is basically a singleton pattern. That way we can have the same data all over the place and access it from anywhere. So if instance equals null, instance equals this. That should work. I'm gonna do a little bit of lookup. Hold on. Unity game manager singleton. It's a common thing. Creating a proper game manager. Oh, I'm an idiot. Public static. It won't work unless you do that. Instance, which I do need to change this to a get set, but it's a get set or get private set. This has on awake. Let's do awake, yeah. Awake. If instance equals null, instant equals this, else. I'm going to copy this. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Alright, so we have our instance here. So basically with this instance, we can store stuff in this. So our public sprite array player sprites. Except, wait a minute. Hold on, I need to think here, because on the long run, shoot. In the long run, we want animations. This is really cool music. Oops. Hmm. I will have to look that one up later. That's kind of cool. All right, low player sprites. I'm trying to think. So basically, what? Hmm. Because we need it to be able to do animations too. Well, I guess we could have it to where it'll load animations later. Load, okay. Public, wait, load player sprites. No, I don't need to do this here. I think this is really what we need. So going back, GM. Wait a minute. Control cannot fall out of switch. Whoops, I didn't finish. Based off of that, actually what we need to do is actually we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna make this private. I remember to set a timer. I did not. And it's almost, time's almost up. I'm doing really good here. Hold on. So that's gonna be private. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a public method that returns a sprite. And it's gonna be called get player sprite. And it's gonna take in a user ID. So int UI, no, sorry, u int. I think the U stands for, this is an unsigned int. So I think, if I remember correctly, unsigned ints are basically, it's not positive or negative. It's just, it's positive. It's always positive. It can never go in the negative. I really don't want to listen to Duel of Fates. I know. Avengers. Huh. Okay. User ID. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna get the spot in the array is going to correspond to the user ID. So what we're gonna do, this will have to change later, obviously. Return player sprites user ID. Yep, there we go. Player sprite equals game manager dot instance dot get player sprite, and it's going to pass underscore user ID. Boom. So then with our player sprites, then we have our sprite, we just need to set it, which we need to get an instance of that. So private sprite renderer. We need to get our renderer. So sprite renderer. Now I want that. Let's get here. Score. Dot. Can we? How do we set this? How to change the sprite? Oh, it's just. Is it literally just dot sprite? Yep. Equals player sprite. There we go. Alright, so then that should be good and in place. So then basically we just need to populate up our sprites in the game manager. And dot player sprites is never assigned to. It will be though. It will be. Right here. So we have size 4. Alright, so player 1, player 2, player 3, and player 4. Alright. So supposedly this should work. This should work. Red. Why'd I get red? Player ID, it's 0. So why did I get red? Red is number 2. That's odd. So what happens if I do... Okay, it's blue. Well, at least that works. That looks cool. I thought it was 0 based. I guess it's not 0 based. Huh. It's not 0 based, so then... The... What is this? Crisis. Crisis 2. Sounds interesting. Oh, it's Hans Zimmer. Wow. Hans, that, wow. That's cool. Alright, let's see, get player sprite. Um, how do I want to do this? I would think I want to keep the original. Yeah. So I'm gonna do it here. -1. Or wait. Yeah. No, I'll do it here. -1. So that should work. Yeah. Except I might have to do a check. I won't always have it default value to null. Yeah, no. How about this? We'll do equals new sprite. I'll set it to 1. Yeah. But it's gonna get set. I need to make sure that this is still positive. Well, yeah, hold on. Int index equals user ID -1. Can I? Let me actually look something up. C# uint 0 -1. Ooh, I recognize this. Battlefield 3 main theme. Yep, I played a good bit Battlefield 3. I think it'll be fine. I think it won't allow you to go below 0. So, although just to be on the safe side. I'm gonna do this. Index. Alright. Alright. Let's take a look at this. So, controller. Oh, we got green. Alright. Keyboard. We have red. So if I had a few more controllers, then that would work. What is this? Inception. Interesting. Right, and then all right, I think that looks great. So that is all the time I have for today for this stream. Hopefully fairly soon we'll have some art assets to put in here. Um, but anyway, so thank you everyone for joining or watching my stream. I hope this was informative and entertaining and stuff, because I mean the new player input system is actually kind of fun. And it's a lot of fun being able to actually use different inputs and stuff, and being able to do just very quickly implement multiplayer, local multiplayer. So that part looks like it's working. I'm not too sure how it's gonna work with remote with Steam's remote play together. I'll have to see, but eventually I will probably see if I can get it to where we can do um LAN, not LAN, well, peer to peer, or well, either peer to peer, or I guess it would still be peer to peer, but using Steam, some way of using Steam's systems. Anyway, so that is all the time I have for now. Tomorrow I'll be doing a game stream. Tomorrow I'll be doing a game stream, either Monster Hunter World or Minecraft or something at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So feel free to come by and join. And yeah, I think this project is starting off. Artist is still working on some stuff, but this is turning out pretty good. Um, yeah. So thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a great evening. Stay safe out there, and have a good day. Bye. hold on, let me throw in one more thing that I forgot to mention. So, just to sort of a shout out and all, after my stream is done here, I have it set up to, well, for those who are watching on Twitch, I have it set up to automatically host one of my friends. Her Twitch name is Rukia Deathfang. So right after this, if you guys stick around, and if you wanna, for those on Twitch, if you wanna watch her play, I think she's, oh, apparently she's doing Elder Scrolls Skyrim. So I'm not too sure what she's up to with that, but um yeah. So there's none on that. Anyway, final goodbye. See you all tomorrow.